Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia demo updates. I have been doing a little bit more work on the map, and it's been coming up really nicely. I kind of cracked the Zoom plus Translate challenge last night, so now we can make those cutscenes be just as explanatory without having them be so long when we're going inside of the menu and moving around. So that's great. Big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. Hey everyone, early birds, Virtue versus Vice is here, Yo-Yo Bob is here, Ed Conky is here, Lumen Roses is here. Big thanks to everybody who's here on YouTube as well. I want to say thank you finally to our most recent subscriber and follower. We've got Chartle on the subs and Zampa on the follow. Thank you so much. So, this morning, what have I been doing? I've been rearranging my room. I moved everything around. You can't see that because we've still got the green screen up, but I'm in a slightly different part of the room to make way for potentially like a slightly different form of content. I'd like to do some like lean back in the chair from a bit further away sort of content where I can kind of like get further back, you know, and chat from back here, not so in your face. I can move the green screen back further as well, obviously, and do some stuff there. I also have my old chair and the old, not the chair, the table and the little LED, the neon sign that said KO in the bottom left, like all that stuff. I want to sort of be able to do a version of that scene like I was doing about 6 months ago with the poster behind me. Still want to do all of that. I just also want to be able to do this webcam shot as well. So, yeah, it's I've been doing some remodeling. Also, did a bit of onboarding for our animator Morgan into the Unity project. She's up until now been sort of staying away from it, but I've been sort of getting her in, mostly because I'm trying to get the team a little more integrated into the project in general and having them be able to essentially like, you know, jam a little bit more rather than just like take a brief, produce an asset, deliver the asset, and then I put it in the game. You know, it's better to be able to collaborate on things and play test them and see how they're going. Okay, so today, demo stuff. Let's jump into it, shall we? How's everyone doing? Volume check, too loud, too soft, just right? This is a little bit further from my face than I'm used to it being. Let's bring it a bit closer. That's a good distance there, I think. And yeah, sorry, I'm just now getting used to like my computer. Just realizing where everything is. This could be a little lower. That's a nice, just like that maybe. Sweet. Okay, cool. So, what are we working on today? I have been working on the map, and it's not that different from where it was yesterday. It's like much more performant. You know, you can do all this kind of stuff, zooming in and out while moving around, and it will never falter, which it just needs to be good, you know? Needs to be able to do this stuff. Mostly because for things like cutscenes, and I'll make sure this works, hopefully it does, you know, you should be able to jump in and out of this, bing, bing. And then, you know, open the map, zoom out, see, nice and springy, right? Nice and sprightly motion, you know, and then close that. Beautiful. Amazing. right? We're sort of zooming as we're panning and we're showing things on screen. And the only thing that I think is missing from the map is really styling. I think we just sort of don't... Oh, did I also get the clamping is no longer in. So I'll reintroduce that. We've solved that yesterday. So yeah, the styling is just the only thing that's missing. And right now, like, I think letting the graphics kind of breathe a little bit is my preference, right? I like the way that it works right now. So like the actual thumbnails, let them carry the style. But there is something that's not great about this, which is that, you know, we have the parallaxing with the clouds in the background. But what we don't have is something that feels like it's on the foreground layer that helps us track when we're going across this big vast gap here. This plane here, as I'm moving around, there's no clear indication of like texture that is on the plane where the where these labels are. And so as I move away from them, I can't really tell, you know, if there was like a grid, for example, all the way across here, you would be able to see as you're moving across the grid how many grid spaces you've moved across, or even a hand-drawn map. If there was something hand-drawn that we could zoom in and out of, and you're seeing mountains and things like that, that would solve this problem that I have of like getting a bit lost when there's a big vast distance between where you are and where you've been. Not that it's a huge issue, because like as soon as you start uncovering the map, it's now impossible to get lost. But you know, still a little bit, you can still kind of do it. So it's just one of those things of like, you know, I mean, even there, you know, at the closest zoom level, you can kind of get a bit lost. And I don't want to do a mini map. I think that's a bit lame. I just want it to be exactly how it is right now. It's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing I would do beyond this is maybe a visual indication of the zoom level. Like a little slider would be great. Maybe like bottom here or like up here. That's just like a little visual toggle. We could even just like speed run that in right now in like half a Pomodoro. How about we try it, huh? I think we can get this done in under half of a Pomodoro. So let's do it. What we're doing here is we are making a thing that looks like this. Bing, bing, bing. That's it. That's all it is. And maybe for the ones that we aren't on, it looks like this. So it's 3 empty circles and then a filled circle that's maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe it's even got a little bit of this sort of texture on it. Something like that. And if we want to be really cool, we make these diamonds. Everything's got to be diamonds. Because you know what they say, diamonds make me. Okay. Ooh, stairs. I have not done a tutorial for stairs, but I could do one. All right, here we go. File, new, 640 by 360. Paint this bad boy black. Make a new thingy over here. And we want to... I kind of would prefer it if everything was a little bit more aligned, centered to... Oops, sorry, pals. To where my vision is. If this is so far over. Maybe I can bring Okay, so sorry about that. We're going to go like this, go like this, go like this, and then go loosely. Open up our ace brush here. I'm thinking that's maybe the size of the big one, and the smaller ones could be like this. Maybe that's a little big. Go a little smaller. That feels good. And then maybe we could even do some like, you know, little like, you know, keep it nice and do something nice on it. So now let's just make these what they need to be. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe even a little more hollow than that. And then this guy can be like, whoop, can be filled. You know, maybe bigger than that for sure. Nice. One more. Cool. Yeah. And then like a line between them. Cool. And maybe it would be good if these were like different sizes to show bigger and smaller. Like 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then bing, bonk. So now you kind of know like small, medium, large. Hey DTC, I don't have a tutorial on that, but I could make one. It wouldn't be out of the question. Okay, so now we just need to turn this into like an atlas. Now, I recently discovered atlases when I was working with Prime and TJ that you can make with Sprite using slices. So I could turn this just into like a flat graphic that takes the bits that I want. I'm going to try it. There was a script that I was using to turn them into files. Maybe it wouldn't be worth it right now to do it. But in the meantime, I'm just going to take merge down all of this. Sprite canvas size. How big is this? 32 by 32. Sprite canvas size 32 by 32. And then we've got like 1. We got like 2. And then like little 3. And then like 4 is this guy. And then like 1 more, which is like some sort of a dotted line. Which would look something like this. And it probably doesn't even need to be that. It could even just be like literally just that. And we could turn that into a dotted line. Okay. And then maybe just center it. So we're going to anchor everything around this pixel here. So to show that, we're going to do a green pixel here. We're going to put it right there and then link all of these so we can see that green pixel as the center of everything, because otherwise everything's going to be misaligned. So let's center everything over the green pixel. I can't quite see that one. Looks good to me. And then this one here, perfect, perfect. So now we're going to hide this, call this new tag large, pip large. Pip medium, pip small, cursor or like selection, handle, and then dotted line. Hey, software artificer. So then I just save this to where are we? Insignia, assets, spriggity sprites, UI map, world map. And then this is zoom slider. Okay, and we should be in development right now, which is great. So if I go over here and go to zoom slider, how are we doing on time? 16, we're not far. So world graph, click in here, and then let's go to the canvas. The graph is turned off, but that's okay. Now we're in the canvas. The canvas is going to have an empty file called zoom slider, which is a I don't think well, okay. Background, image. Nah, actually, I don't want to do that. I probably could just bake it, the 3. Just save me a bit of energy. It's all right. I'll do it my way. Okay, so pips. It's large, medium, small. These are all images, and they're all pip. We might have to import that, or go to pip and make them single. And now we should be able to see them here. Pip. Cool. This one is medium. This one is pip small. We want them all to be native size. We want large, medium, and small to be spread out a little bit. So we could do vertical layout group. Hey, 3 pips. We also want the zoom slider to be very specific in terms of its size and position. So we're going to anchor it top left, because 0, 0. Its pivot point is going to be 0, 1. And then we're going to say 0, 0 again. And then maybe like 100, negative 100, negative 64, if you want to be really cool. And then like maybe like 30, 32 in. That's probably a little too wide. 16. That's looking good. Okay. And then this, I just want to control the spacing. So right now the spacing is pretty good. If I shrink it, it'll be right. So negative 32 will give us something that looks, I think, correct. Although it's not perfect. Like that's on a pixel, that's perfect. This is not on a pixel, and this is not on a pixel. If I say 31, now it's perfect. Okay. So then maybe we do an empty, which is called the background, which is going to be the dotted lines. Image. I don't know if this is going to work. Now, how does this work? This is, I think if we just grab the whole thing, maybe I say multiple. Actually, no. If I say single, apply it. Can I bring it? I can bring it in. But I don't think that's how that works. That's not the image, that's the tiling. I'm not sure. Let's just apply it and see if we can get away with it. That looks good to me. The only thing is the pips aren't going to be obscured by the other ones. So we could just get around that by filling this with like a dark color, which is maybe not the best way to do it, but it's the best way for us to not put much effort into it. Make sure this is drawn before. And then let's take that background and let's make it like relative to the parent object. So the parent object is the zoom slider, and the zoom slider's width needs to be, let's make it the pivot 0.5 on the x-axis. And let's bring it in. And let's get this pips at, I mean, that's pretty good. Why is this? The width is a 32. The width and height of this should be relative to parent 0, 0. Cool. And then the zoom slider should be 32 pixels wide. Cool. And then the background needs to be 0, 0. Nice. And then the height of the zoom slider should be smaller until these things are nice. So right now the pips thing has 1, 2, 3, and it's needs to be middle center is the arrangement. So this now, if we shrink it, it should go all the way until it's perfect. But I think we want to force control. We don't want to control the height. But why is it that when this is got like this, why is that if I shrink it, these shrink in, and I don't want that to happen. Maybe spacing is 0, and then I could just control the height of this until they come in, but they're not coming in. Okay. Negative 32. Oh, maybe 32 is too much. Maybe it's negative like 15. And then as we bring this in, they should stop at a certain point. Yeah, okay. 64. Cool. Okay. And then 64, 64, although that one's negative. And then not 64, 32. Cool. Well, that's looking pretty schmick to me. A little bit of an issue with the dots. We probably want this pip distance to be more like 17, 13. Okay, almost. Yeah, definitely could have done this by hand and it would have been much easier. Next time. Okay. Then we want to add one more object, which is the handle. And I don't think we'll be able to, this needs to be single, apply, take the handle, make it handle, zoom slider, handle, set the native size. Perfect. And then make a new script called zoom slider. And then we've got 3 images, public list image. We're using Unity engine.ui image pips, and then public image handle. So we want to just be able to public void set zoom level, int level, yes please. Hey Tony Chopper, we're building a little slider for the map to slide the zoom up and down. It's more like an indicator than a slider because you slide with the buttons, but it shows you where you're at. So we want to say int lv equals mathf.clamp, yes, and then handle.transform, this is target position, public vector2 handle target pos, or even image target pip. Yep. And then animate. So now we need a simple animation. Anim. And we're going to say anim equals new, simple animation. It's going to go from 0 to 1, and it's going to take 0.3f seconds, and it's going to be an ease out, a decel, I call it. Simple animation.curve.decelerate, and it's going to be false, true, done. Okay, so we're going to say anim.play. And can I just force that to override like that? Yep, perfect. So if anim.animating, anim.update, oh, hello. And then basically it's, we need a start pause. So then we could just say, instead we could say like previous pip. Yep. So then we're saying if we're animating handle.transform, handle.transform.position equals lerp from previous to target at anim.value. Done. That's it. That's all we have to do. However, yeah, no, that's it. I'll actually do it. Sweet. So here's our zoom slider. Here is the pips. I'm thinking we want to do them. I don't remember. I think the zoom level makes it, I can't remember if it gets bigger when we go smaller or smaller when it gets bigger, but either way, let's just chuck these in. So let's lock this selection, go large, medium, small, drag them into there. We need our handle, which is this guy. And then we have previous and target, and that's just going to be, we'll say they're both the small one at the beginning, just for the sake of it. Save it. And then we need to pass the zoom slider into our world graph. Cool. Okay. Done. Thanks, Articula. Thanks for the wish list. Yo, everybody, you can also wish list Insignia right now if you just hit that link. So, I mean, that's literally all it takes. Did we get... We've got 2 minutes left. Oh my gosh, we're going to make it. Okay. Let's commit that. Not commit, compile that. Click off, click on. Zoom slider is zoom slider. And we're good. Boom. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Perfect. Except it's inverted. Isn't that fun? First try. Nice. Hello? So easy. And the beauty of this approach, just for those of you who aren't following, if you're trying to build something like this, the beauty is that it doesn't actually matter how we built this. So if I go back to this zoom slider, I can now expand these values as far as I like. If I take the height of this and expand it way out, this will still work because it's actually using the anchor points of those little nubbins. It's using the position of the anchors to determine where to animate to. So it doesn't matter how big I make them because I never hard coded it. It's all by reference. That's the really, really important stuff for like UI programming is you're going to want to tweak this stuff. So giving yourself the space to tweak it is super valuable. I could have hard coded it, right? I could have just drawn the slider exactly here and it probably would have been okay. But if I had drawn it here, I wouldn't have been able to automatically match because obviously the positions of these things wouldn't be encoded anywhere. They would just be just whatever. It would just be graphics. Whereas here, they're like actual anchored positions. And so animating between referenced positions is really easy to do, such that if you change the references, the animation doesn't change, right? So what I want to do now is just as a tweak, I want to make sure that that the pips, there's really no way to do that, is there? I don't think there is an easy way to do that. I think the background's just going to have to always scale. So like, I might make it a little taller, like 82, 86, 82. And then take the pips and expand these out till they hit exactly like that. So -7. And then the background doesn't need to change actually. Cool. We could even do like horizontal if we wanted. Like check this out. I could take this whole thing. I mean, I could easily just rotate it horizontally, but we could also like totally without issues just rearrange them to be horizontal. We could even make them off center if we wanted, you know, like this doesn't even need to be there. I could literally just take this and just like move it over here, you know, and move this one over here. And even that would work. Check this out. Didn't work in that instance. Why didn't it work? Maybe the layout group is preventing it, even though the layout group is turned off right now. Anyway, it's not a big deal. But yes, technically you could put the pips wherever you want and it would animate between them. I mean, okay, look, I'll prove my point. Okay, now that I've committed it, I don't mind breaking it. Check this out. What? Where'd they go? Oh, man. That is weird. Why are they not visible? Are they... Is it because they're being clipped outside of this box? I don't think that's how that works. Surely not. Am I learning something right now? There's no error. Whoa. Oh, they all got put in nowhere land. See? It does work. I can do whatever I want and it still works. So, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't need any of that. So, by reference, very, very good. Saves you from having to worry about how things work. No more magic numbers. Just drag it straight in. Okay. Now, here's the real kicker. Will the system be able to use it on its own? Check this out. Ooh, baby. You see that? It slid down as it zoomed. It might be a little distracting if it's moving like that. We could make it much smaller. Thanks, Tony. Watching tiny homes in Australia, and all I could think of was the big spiders getting in. One couple redid a 1960s double-decker bus. That's cool. Yeah, so see a little zoomy here. Okay, well, that's good enough. Good enough for now. Hey, Blood Red. It's a good game. I might even do a bit of a redesign of the map eventually, once we've got like a really good setup. I feel like this is sort of in no man's land, and these buttons here, the zoom in and zoom out, those could be near this. So this could be at the bottom and horizontally laid out. It could be like small, medium, large, dead center along the bottom. In fact, why don't we just do that right now? That's the whole point of this. So it's -7. This now, however, this needs to rotate. I mean, I guess that's all we need to do for that. That was easy. So now let's place this like that, and then say nothing there, and then like 64 there. Save that. That's literally all we have to do. And now, looking at it this way, the right one zooming out feels inverted. Maybe the right one should zoom in. We should just flip it. Ooh, these are going to be stored. I mean, there we go. But now they're doing the opposite of what I wanted. Huh? Let's go to the world graph and then check this and then check our inputs. Zoom out button is rations. That's now the zoom in button. What? I had them the right way around? That's so weird. But the buttons did the opposite thing. No, the buttons were inverted. No, that's not right. Everything is right except the order of the buttons. So maybe I accidentally didn't recompile it or something like that somehow. The serialized properties of those values weren't my fingers were doing different things to what I expected them to do. There we go. Wait, but now they move the right way, but what the heck? That moves the thing right, but it flips the thing. So actually it is this way, but I think you're right, Ian, where I needed to flip not the slider internal properties, just the visual orientation. Sorry, I wasn't really concentrating. Nice, that's it. Sweet. Do you think they should be inverted the other way? Do you think the small should be on the right-hand side? Only because the default setting right now is big. And I feel like going back to zoom out. Like, should it be big, medium, small? Right? Should it be big, medium, small? So that it behaves the same way, but just the properties be flipped, so that the big one's on this side and the small one's on this side. I don't know. I feel like logically big on the far right makes sense. It's just that you start here, so progressing, if you're saying, I want more view, give me more view, you do that by pressing the left bumper right now, which feels like backwards. Maybe if I start you dead center, it would be okay. If I start you in the middle, I think it'll work. I just have a feeling. Excuse me? Wrapping it? Nah. No. That's not right. Locking is better. Knowing where the boundary is way better than having it logically just loop. Well, I mean, that's the number that's going in. Maybe this should be 1. Small on the right because you see more. Yeah, but that doesn't seem... I don't know. I think if I put you in the middle, I think it makes sense. Like, it's not about me knowing what you want. It's about you being able to, because you're going to want different things at different times. If you've got a map that's really big, sometimes you want to zoom in, sometimes you want to zoom out. So putting you dead center and letting you decide, I think means that you'll more likely look at the literal, you'll look at the UI, and then that will tell you what you're doing. The only thing here is that the lower menu, it's like the row. These are now opposite. There we go. Just the orientation's wrong. And if I do this, now it's nice and centered. That feels right, for sure. That's not wrong at all. That feels solid as hell. Sweet. Man, I love working on this stuff. This is like my calling as far as like being a UX engineer for video games. I could easily do that, like just forever. I mean, I love doing other things. It's more just like an engineer with taste, you know, like someone who builds things that look good. I like doing animation as well. It's just something about making a little mechanical thing that does something just feels so good. Especially when you can spam the hell out of it and it doesn't break, no matter how hard you attack it. You know what I mean? Oh, that feels so good. All right. Next. Clamping. No, I'm not going to change it. Because I think the way it works now is the most comprehensible. It's the one that you can understand the most, even if it's not the most accurate. Like this, the exit here is about there. It's perfect. But like this, obviously you don't go up to this, but like how else would you do it? Like if I wanted to do this accurately, there would be it would look like this, which I don't think is easier to read. Even if it's more correct. I can see chat. Even if this is more correct, this just like is easier to look at. It's easy to make sense of. So, snapping. So the idea here is that we want to clamp the position . Now this all bounds mapped needs to be in all bounds mapped. That's graph to world size, but actually we don't really need to think in that context anymore, because basically I've got the cam pos being set in graph space, not world space. So cam pos equals graph position center. So this is the actual node position, which is just a serialized position. So actually we don't need to do this. We don't need to map it. We just clamp cam pos within all nodes bounds. Yeah, plus a buffer, sure. That's fine by me. So, I'm imagining that's a vector 2 camera clamp buffer. All right, so what's the problem here? Okay, it's a vector 3 now. Okay, and this buffer needs to be some pretty big number. Like 300, 3,000 even. For now, actually, let's make it 0 and 0. Just so we can make sure it's clamping properly. First we compile. Oh yeah, perfect. Man, that took so long yesterday and now it just works. Man, being in the right vector space, like the right space, is so important. It's so critical. Every time, if you're in the wrong space, you have to convert back and forth every single time. All I did was move the camera into the same local space as the nodes, and suddenly all the calculations become easier. So this does not work. And that's, I think, because this is Y up. We were talking about that before. So this needs to be, I think maybe that. No, because we're all in the same space. So then why is 3,000 wrong? I don't know. We're going to find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay, it looks like it's doing the opposite. It looks like it's coming in by that much. Yeah, which we don't want. So like min minus and max plus. Right, okay. Oop. Yeah, sweet. That's perfect to me. As I zoom in. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet. Over here, zoom in. Yeah, man. Great. Actually perfect. Now, is this going to break when I try to zoom into a new space that I haven't unlocked yet? That is an important one. Nope. Try that again. It looked a bit awkward. Actually perfect. Hey 916 Studios, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Hello. So, I mean, I'm very satisfied with that. That's awesome. What's next? It's now 2:37, which puts us here. It's now non-inverted, I believe. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, everything's perfect right now. It's exactly how it ought to be in this moment. I just got done doing my own game dev stream, yet there is not much dev parts right now, but I have everything laid out now. Awesome. Oh, that's Figma, but I've created my own sort of layouts for it that help me do project management inside of it. It looks good, doesn't it? I kind of like designed the front end of an app, and then I'm just using that as the app. You know what I mean? In the design tool. Like there's no back end to it. It's just like a bunch of boxes that are colored. You know what I mean? So it's now here, and then we did this a bit later today. Now, what else? Almond teleport away animation, right cutscene for Crucible 2, 3 in and out, Harriet getting stuck in state machine, flip, parallax of the map. We did that. We did it. We did that yesterday, actually. So I'll just put it up here for now. What else? Speed modifier button for the map. We don't do that anymore. We don't need that because zooming makes it speedier. Move map title to lower right. I mean, not sure if I want that. That's not necessary. Let map title be hideable. That's kind of necessary. I don't know. It's not important though. Not even. It's more like an unvalidated task that has like a medium importance. It's all the way down here. Kind of even lower importance. It's not even that important at all. Map tutorial. I don't think it needs one right now. We could have Armin say to Rose, like, oh, do you know what it is? Do you know what we don't do here at the start of the game? If at the end of this input, at the end of this conversation, or the nearest conversation like it, if instead of this happening, ba 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 bam, and then, ooh, hey, ooh, no good. Hey. Hi, everyone. What that was. I hope it just stays where it is. Everything's fine. I was able to browse the computer, browse the internet while I was apparently down. Everything was good. OBS just like lost it for a bit. I didn't change anything. Hey, Card. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the bits. We are back. That's right. Okay. Do I have a lag now? No, you should be right. Hey, thanks for the follow. Do you know what I learned like a couple of days ago? See these numbers that I've got up here? The 49537 and the 111? Those come from Streamlabs, right? And Streamlabs doesn't actually verify those numbers. The Twitch API doesn't reveal those numbers. So the amount of followers we have in that little window is coming from an API that's guessing. It doesn't actually know how many we've got or how many subscribers we have. We could have more, we could have less, but it's literally tracking subscribe and unsubscribe events and just updating an internal number on their servers. It doesn't have any way of counting, of like polling Twitch and saying, how many subscribers do you have? Isn't that crazy? Since 2023, there hasn't been an API. They took it off. We're not at 50K, but we're higher than 49597. Viewers, yes. This number, yes. 49.6. Yeah, that's accurate, but it doesn't, the actual like, it might be subs more than followers. Maybe followers is accessible, but definitely subs is not. Okay, so what were we, before we were so rudely interrupted, what were we doing? Armin teleporting away animation, still really important. There are some bugs. This one's an interesting one. Maybe we could try that. Let's try it. Okay, put it on the Pomo. Validate Ensign Mastery menu contents. Well, just not the overlay, but the little numbers. Yo, that's Figma. I'm just drawing boxes in Figma. It's not actually as impressive as you'd think it is. It's not an app. It's just like boxes. So, this charge unlocked. I mean, yes, if we have charge unlocked, we should be able to go into Ensigns and see it there, but it's not there. So let's go make that happen. Ensign Mastery menu. Open start. Node. So ability mastery node setup. If unlocked, and unlocked says, hey, do we have the flag? And are we permitted to unlock? I don't know what that is. Permitted to unlock. So let's go check out the mastery menu. Ensign mastery menu. So these three have this flag called permitted to unlock. All chapter 1 ensigns unlocked sequence flag. I see. Well, that no longer is really valid. We don't need that anymore. Okay, just like that, huh? Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's literally all it was. The other issue that I have is if we do this, there's going to be a moment here where things don't quite work, I think, logically. So we need to track that. Because we're about to learn the ensign right now. So now we technically have it. So if I go here, it's going to show up there, even though it shouldn't. I could say that you don't get to learn it until after you reach the crucible, and until that time you have some sort of like flag that lets you say that we're loaning it. That's technically what's actually happening. So you don't get the unlocked flag, you just get some, it's like if it's unlocked or you're in a scene where this can happen. Yeah, see, this is the problem, because that's going to come down there and do that. Hey, PF, PZF. No worries. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. So yeah, like, we technically, we could also hide it until, yeah, I mean, no, that's not really what we want to do. I think we should have it be treated like it's on loan while you're in the scene. I think that's what it is. Why do you flag it as being available and not just make it a flag if you visited that crucible? Well, because the point is that flag is being used to unlock the literal physical access of the ability. Like this, your ability to do this is dependent on the ability flag being set to true. So like it's true because you got here, and in the story it's true because you hammered the thing into the thing. But in the game, it's true because you got here in the first place. Not sure if implemented, but some parts of the map should be initially uncovered, indicating it's a familiar area to the hero, not the player. That's an interesting idea, Code Shutter. When you say should, that's more of a suggestion than a should. That's kind of like a, maybe it would be interesting if, what do you think about that? And I guess for me, the map is really the player's map. It's not the player character's map. The player character doesn't, well, we talked about breaking that fourth wall, but currently in the game, I mean, other than the fact that you enter the map through this menu, it's not like the player character understands the world this way, you know? What the heck? Locked inside of this thing? What the heck? I'm suggesting not tying the icon in the menu to the ability. Right, but that's like a separate flag. Now I'd have to have per thing in the... For every ability, I would now need 2 flags. One saying you visited the Crucible, one saying you unlocked the ability. Okay. Well, if you start the question with the word should, if you say should some parts, and then add a question mark, that's a question. But if you say that makes it sound like you are insisting that it must be that way. Like an instruction. Okay. It is confusing though. That word has different meanings depending on where you put it. So, hey Redlux. Maple Story like gaming single player. 2D RPG. Maple Story is side scrolling, right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, you could probably make something in Love 2D with Lua. The only thing is you're going to have a lot of maps in the game, and so you're going to need like a map editor for Lua. You probably could use Tiled actually and import them that way. I think it's possible. Otherwise, if it's C++, like you could use Unreal Engine, and if you want to do 3D graphics, that would be fine as well. It depends on how much editing you want to do in like a scene editor. That's the big difference. Like, does it matter if you have like a specific asset at the corner of this thing here, like this bush? If you want to be able to place things, like put the bush here, put this here, then you need a scene editor. Which means you either need to build one, which is not that hard, or you need to use an engine that has one already. I mean, look, the thing is, like in Insignia, a lot of the stuff that makes the game run is custom. So even though I have Unity and the engine for Unity is very good, it gives me a lot of, things like the gizmos here, the debug stuff's all really cool. It's not that hard to build a lot of that stuff yourself. It's actually just that making any game requires a lot of code. So you're going to need to write a bunch of stuff anyway. Using an engine is going to give you a big head start, really big head start. But it's more the code libraries, I think, that are the most valuable. More than just the editor tools. I mean, like, I don't know. Are you going to use a scene hierarchy? Are you going to have layers? That stuff takes time to build. How many lines of code am I at? I have no idea. All right. So this question here, we could return I mean, literally. This is really ugly to do, but it might actually just get us there. Oh, it is setting that. Ability unlock schedule. Which is part of what? Good question. When is that? In 12 hours? Probably not. I don't think so. I've got an engagement party to be at for a friend of mine tomorrow. I'm climbing in the morning. I won't be able to do it. No, no time. Yeah, I climb. Okay. So, where are these 25 references? Oh, okay. Well, what's this? Is in Crucible. Oh, it already has that. And that happens on Awake? Okay. Well, Damn. I already wrote all this code. Okay, so it's really just learned or ready to learn is what I need to do. So like ability, scriptable. When we go into, where the heck was I? Yeah, I mean, this is more like get eligibility is not unknown. I don't know about this one. What's this count gem supposed to be for? I don't know what that's for. Okay. What else? Well, this is a whole bunch of nothing. So let's take that away. I think that's all we need to do. If Unity asked you to come internal and make Insignia 2 as a showcase of Unity's engine, would you do it? No, because they'd cancel it. They'd cancel it 6 months later. Damn it. Poor Gigaya. Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong. Process effect curve event. Jesus. All right. Well, 21 references left. What else? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This is... I want more space, please. Get eligibility. Can use or ready to learn. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that should be okay. Crucible Forge, yes. Ensign Mastery menu, that's fine. Crucible Controller, fine. Overgrown Forge, fine. Mastery Node, fine. Fast Travel, fine. Unlock Schedule, fine. Special Ability Manager, that's all fine. So then, how is it that the gem knows to absorb into target? Well, it is doing that. If I do this, why did that not absorb into target? Oh, if it's learned. Oh, I see. All right. So in this context, it's not really that this isn't really valid anymore. So I got to go to Special Ability Manager and then say eligibility dot this doesn't really exist anymore in the concept of the game. In my proposed logic. So now, man, do what I want you to do. Once. Actually, what I'll do is I'll just do get eligibility of gem.ability scriptable, and then I'll just return that. And then this can just get out of here. And now we only have the logic defined once. So now we'll try that again. Hopefully you don't have to recompile to make any of those changes happen. Nice. Okay, so we have not got the ability learned, but we've at least, you know, we're at least in a context where we technically can use the ability. Good. All right. I think that gets us all the way to here. So we had a question from Ed Conkey. I will answer it in just a second. Ed. I wish I could skip this. I mean, I would never let anybody skip this cutscene. If any cutscene should be unskippable, it's this one. But I'd love to be able to skip it. Oh, no good that I was able to do that. Does screw everything up. I screwed everything up. Okay, so I found a bug there. Shouldn't be able... Okay. Okay. So, your video on hierarchical state machines was super helpful. I'm getting started on building one, and I'm wondering if in your own project all the states are handled within the state machine, or if state changes are ever triggered from outside. For example, if the player has a hitbox and takes damage, does the player listen for take damage event and then change the state, or do you listen for a take damage event from within the state machine? So for me, the context of a state machine in Insignia, and oh man, I'm actually totally screwing this up. What you just described, the distinction between the state machine and the player, to me, I have intentionally erased that distinction, right? Like, my player is the state machine. Armin, his core, his root game object, his root script is a thing of type state machine. But even if you weren't to make that distinction, it's not really a big deal, because it doesn't really matter where something is being captured. I think what you're asking is a different question, which is like, should something else be able to set the state outside of the player character if the state is the player character state? And I think the answer is yes. Although, if it's just a question of where does the thing live, I'll get to it. Let me explain it in a second. There's some nuance there. It's basically the question of like, does the car door contain the animation for being able to be opened? Like in GTA, every character opens the car door the same way. So does the car door contain the animation for how to open it and get inside a car? That's the question I think you're asking me. Or at least it's a question that is relevant to this conversation. So I can't open that right now. And the answer is, like, for example, I have this thing called mechanical switch in the game. It's a custom object that Armin like has a canned animation for, and Armin only can do that animation, or even those anvils. Those anvils just there. Oh, far out. It just did it then. Still not a good thing. The question of like, can something outside set the state? I think the answer is like, sure. It's just that you lose the ability to enumerate how many states the character has, for example. Like, if there's something you want to do that affects all the states under the character, having them be all living under the character helps that. There's also a question of like, are your states scriptable objects, or are they just behaviors? If they're behaviors, then there's not really a lot you can do to sort of track them if you're putting some of them outside of the character. That may or may not be an issue, depending on what it is you're trying to do in the game. So it's highly dependent on what your game needs to be able to do. I would say it's not inherently a bad thing. I wouldn't say like, this is bad, don't do it. I would say, sure, you could do it, but just be aware of the pros and cons of doing it one way or another. So that's right. That one should be lit up. So that's good. At least we know so far that like it's not totally broken. It's just, I think maybe this unlocks. Yeah, it unlocks a little bit early. It needs to unlock after it plays that cutscene. So from the Crucible Forge, unlock ability. This respond to forge finished is, I think, what's happening here. And this is like after we craft the item. That's interesting. And this is start baked item craft sequence. So all of these things currently have this respond to forge finished. And why is this got ability.flag? Oh, because it's a Crucible Forge. No matter what happens, it always calls this. I don't think we actually want this to happen here. I think it's more like there is a ability unlock modal state. Not that one. Unlock schedule container. It might be this one. Or forge complete sequence. I think it's this one. Let's go over and take a look. Crucible container. Crucible has a forge complete sequence, which is this guy who lives on the Crucible. And when we open it up, it has this condition flag set up. And it does that the instant it unlocks this flag, the second this is even entered, which that can't be. Certainly that's not right. I mean, absolutely not. We've even got like this box 2D thing. I think maybe these things were all debugged at some point. They cannot function that way. However, we do have a sequence player. I think this is being called by an outside component. So let's, I mean, they're harmless right now. I think I was using them to just debug it really quickly. But nonetheless, this Crucible unlocked sequence when we open up the timeline for this guy, I think there's going to be a little moment here, schedule track, where we show ensign that was unlocked in mastery menu. And then I don't know what this is. This is an empty playable. Crucible teleport away sequence. Oh, that's fine. That's okay. So this show this guy. Ensign unlock schedule state container. Man, I really screwed up with this the way these things are networked. This thing here, needing to have clicked this thing here, and then needing to find something that engages ensign unlock sequence. Very bad. So unlock schedule container. Aha, there it is there. So this ability, mastery menu, instance, get unlock state of ability. Now that's interesting. Yeah, okay. So this is the literal thing here, and it actually tells us which node we're going to unlock right here. So actually, I think what we should do is at this moment, where is this referenced? It's right as we close the menu. I think we want new mini state, unlock ability. Like that. I think that's probably when we want to do that. And then back in the Crucible, we just never want to do that. Okay, that was, none of this is nice. It's all super ugly. But I think in video games, some things just need to be ugly. Like if you're only doing them specifically once in a cutscene, it's not a huge problem. Why is this playing immediately? It's not set to play on awake. Why are you playing? What is this? Okay, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. So Saravati says, Adam, have you ever talked about how you intend to scale the power fantasy late in the game with your system? I know you have an inventory to increase stats, but will Armin ever have like greater than 4 abilities at one point, or combat with 4 abilities be as strong as he gets? You can do more. There are ways to do more, but the game is mostly a puzzle game. It's not an RPG, so I'm not really in a position where scaling is necessary. Like, you can be more powerful, but you're not like doing 100 damage versus 200 damage when you fight enemies. It's more about tools than about pure power. What the hell is this? Set up schedule inline. But I don't want to do this. I don't know why this cutscene is trying to play. There's no debug force play happening. There's this setup. If I stop that from running, will it stop? No. Well, what the hell? Why does it think that it's going to run? And this just sets it up too. This doesn't call it. This unlock schedule gets executed as part of this. So that has nothing to do with anything. It's actually where is this? Ensign unlocked sequence. It's actually this which is playing. Even though play on awake is set to false, is it just like... There's no condition required to play, but it's not trigger on collision, so... Let's find out. Let's find out. Who's calling you? Start, set initial state, set state, NQ. Now hang on a second. Ah. Now why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? I'm not sure I understand what's happening here. Aha! Check quest flag. Ability.flag. But we shouldn't have it already. What? Oh shit, this is wrong. Well, that just explains everything, doesn't it? Okay. Nothing to do with my script. Everything to do with how I plugged in the scene. Anyway. That's all good. So far, so good. Yeah. Ooh, not good. Oh boy. Bro, where's my cutscene? It's got to be this one. Okay. What the hell? What? What's happening in this process that's dismissing this thing? We can check the global schedule. Maybe there's something else that's cutting in. Okay. No, we're still there. Okay, we're just gonna have to watch a bit closer. Where are we failing? Right there. Right as we tried to exit. Ah, that's when we unlocked the flag. So... I think I know what's happening. I think I got it. This moment here is actually screwing us over. Maybe we have to do it right after. Alternatively, we can do something called set quest flag silent. Where it doesn't invoke the flag changed event. So whatever was listening isn't going to be able to hear it. Yeah, there it is. It works. Sweet. Okay. I think that's all we needed. So now technically, if I go check the save editor, now I have the ability. Oh, no I don't. Do I not? I'm pretty sure I do. Wow, I don't. Okay, well, that's really bad. How is that possible? That is super important. Why did I not have that? That's really dangerous. What the hell? It's got to actually set the quest flag, bro. Jesus. That's crazy. Okay, now we have it. It's right there. Sweet. Oop. All right. Come at me. Sweet. Oh, you can't jump cancel out of it anymore. Wait, can you? Oh, yes you can. But only at the end. It's a skill check. Sweet. Amazing. Okay. Updates crucibles to only unlock abilities when completing the cutscene and for the abilities to be on loan. Before that. Okay. So technically, what did I just solve? Need to, yeah, that's the one. That's done. It's now 3:46. Damn, that took ages. Updated design presence in mastery menu when unlocking new ones. I think that's fine. If I go to this one. Yeah. Bro, let me skip. Let me skip. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we should see 2. Yeah, there we go. And then we should see the last one come down and then lock that in. Boom. Perfect. That's what we want. Amazing. Okay, so that's done. And then we're not really pommoed, but we did that now. Ta-da. So probably should take a break in a second. What else have we got on the list? No map tutorial, that's okay. Fix circular ensign pattern skipping over 1 or 2 abilities. That's one we can do. So this is kind of awkward. I think it's this one. In this little sequence here, when it does the little kind of like burst effect, it has like these shatter components, which are little examples of all of the abilities in the game. And I've got 16 of them here, but I don't think it actually knows how to, I don't think it's doing all 16. Sorry. So like anything where we do dot count. Yeah. So we got a set for all of the ability scriptables in the game, right? Which we don't know how many those are. Like that number and this number are not actually the same. So if I go to like Armin and I go behaviors, special ensign ability behaviors, we've got 17 scriptables here. So that's 17. And then the burst effect has 17. So now they're the same, but I think it must be hard coding a certain number of them. This is 16. I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to say count equals shader components.count. Maybe that will get us there in one go. Nice. Cool. Sort of. We've got one left over. That should not be possible. Okay, that's another thing. So we're getting closer. We're dispersing them. And then this is... that's wrong. That needs to be... Where else do we write 16 by hand? Okay, come on, bro. Where am I getting off hard coding them like that in 4 different places? What kind of engineering is this? I was very surprised. Back in LA, I was having a chat to TJ. And TJ was saying, I was like, what do you guys call yourselves? Like software engineers, programmers, developers? He's like, dude, engineers is like the wanky, he didn't say this word, but like the wankiest name to call yourself. And I'm like, really? Like, is it that bad? I don't get it. I don't see it as a problem at all. I mean, that's what you're doing. He's like, engineering is for building like trains and bridges. You know, what we do isn't engineering. Like an engineer needs like a degree to be an engineer, you know, like a proper license or whatever. And like what we do is like, we make numbers happen on computers. But like, I have from my side, it's like my friends who did engineering degrees, I don't think they would think about software engineering as lesser. You know, just because my friend has a degree in like medical biomed material physics or whatever, like they do you know, designing sleeves for kidneys in transplants, like for while they're in transport. Like, okay, the steps that you take to design that thing and the know-how that you need in order to design, like to understand the problem space and work within that space, that's engineering. And obviously he's an engineer, he's got a degree in it. But like if he was a software designer, and I think most of like more and more his job would include software design. Like he would have to write code to do simulations and to calculate, you know, the properties of these things and calculate like all that stuff. If the only thing that matters is just like the output, like just like the thing that you make in the end of it, that doesn't really describe, that doesn't have anything to do with the process, the mechanisms of what you're actually doing. So like for me, I'd be happy to say like, yeah, you're engineering. And even if like you were, you know, if you were doing some sort of mechatronics and you were like doing engineering, software engineering for like air conditioning systems, is that not engineering? Like, even though it's the exact same thing, you're using the same skills, the same everything. It's just your code goes to a microcontroller rather than inside of a computer. It just feels a bit like arbitrary at that point. Like maybe if we're talking about, say, tolerances specifically, like if it's a question about like, hey, are you designing something so that it can't fail? Or that it's designed to behave a certain way when it fails, such that there are fallbacks for safety and redundancies, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but I feel like that level of rigor is not, again, it's not conducive to like whether or not what you're doing is engineering. It's just like whether or not you are using discipline when you do it, like best practices. Right. Yeah, I guess I just find that interesting. Like, it's fair enough, you know, for people who are in like engineering guilds or whatever. I don't know what they call them. But like, if you're like an actual engineer, maybe there's something about that deserves to be protected. But from a lay person using language to describe the difference between art and design and engineering, that feels apt to me. Like that the describing the qualities of the kinds of tasks as those three words along a sliding scale of creative to technical. It feels like apt, you know? So, like I can describe the kinds of tasks, certain things that I'm building. It's like, oh, this is engineering, and that's different from design. And I can describe why it's different, and those descriptions will overlap one-to-one with what you do in an engineering degree as opposed to an arts degree or something like that. You know, creating solutions to problems that have like key like needs that are needs driven, but that aren't about preference, but instead are about essentially physics and science, you know? Yeah, I just don't know if it's that, if all of those distinctions may be true and historically the case. I just don't know if they're that applicable. I just don't know if they don't resonate with how I think about it very well. Like definitionally, it doesn't feel very appropriate. Okay, so what I wanted to do was in the Ensign world burst, there is a state here where it opens up the world graph, and when it does that, I think what I want is a Boolean here that locks it. I think that's better. And then here, I don't need to lock the menu and unlock the menu there, because it's going to be opening from cutscene, which is going to be true when I do that. So then, yeah, the liability thing I think is fine. I just don't, it's just the idea of like engineering versus being an engineer. Maybe that's how I would, I literally could just close it like that. What happened to this null reference exception? So let's just wait till it opens. So I shouldn't be able to do that. So this is burst. So that's true, which means that's that, which means let's see. It's locking. Oh, and then it unlocked. Like immediately after. Oh, I see. This is open and close. What is this called? Set menu state. And then menu state. And then menu state can be open or close. Ah, I see. So this is not actually right. This could just go away. And then this is if open. Yeah, I get it. Like, I get it. I get it. That, like, understanding medicine and being a doctor are different things. Or understanding law, doing, defending yourself in court and being a lawyer are different things. But if you were defending yourself in court, is that not legal work that you're doing? I think that's the issue, is the word engineering and being an engineer. It's that distinction, I think. And I think that means that it's fair for someone to say, I'm not an engineer. Even if the stuff that they do, I would call engineering, like all day, every day. Did I not like, did I need to compile this? What's going on? This opens, this closes. State equals state. If state is open, set locked. If it's closed, else if, like, come on. And this set locked in world graph. Just changed. What is this? Keyboard wizard. That's okay. Yeah, like even this is not necessary. I mean, I agree. I think the process is called engineering. Yay, there we go. So now I can't screw with it. Perfect. And then it's going to close on its own. Nice. Doesn't matter what buttons I press. Perfect. Amazing. Perfect. Okay. I don't know why this is a problem. It's not. It's fine. So, this thing here. And then this closes after. I bet you that's set to true. It's false. Okay. Well, then I probably don't want to lock it, do I? Or I want to lock it exactly how I had it. I still think that should be true. Cool. Why do scripts reload so quickly? I have a plugin called Hot Reload that does selective compiling on parts of the code, depending on what you change. So if you're just changing stuff inside of this, anything inside of a function doesn't need to recompile. It'll just do it instantly. If you're changing a function name or you're changing a property that's like an instance property, the name of it, or adding one or removing one or changing this kind of stuff, then it will do a recompile. But any tweaking, you don't have to do anything. Moving lines around, no problem. Adding a function call, but not a definition, no problem. You can even do it at runtime. It's pretty good. Adding debugs, no problem. I think most software dev is contraptioneering with some more accountable and serious engineering happening in specific domains. Yeah, maybe. I personally don't think contraptioneering is like worthy of being its own thing. I know what you're saying. People are trying to use the word engineer exclusively for the purposes like of safety and I don't know, industry, I guess, like physical, something about physicality. I don't personally think I don't need that, but I get why there's like a whole history behind people saying the word engineering. Okay. I think it's good. I think I can commit that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Can't forge and or teleport at Crucible Anvil after getting first ensign. Yeah. That's fair. A vibe coder is someone that prompts a computer to generate code without writing it themselves. Exclamation marks. Walter doesn't have... Yeah, this is all fine. Even this stuff is like pretty low on the list. Athenium road music should play while chasing the dog. Should? I think this is like shouldn't... Harriet getting stuck in her state machine is massive. That's a huge issue. That's game breaking. That's why it's in the high bucket and it's in this week. So actually that's fine. It's probably something we should do sooner than later. We've got 2 hours. I could give it a Pomodoro. Let's do it. That's an important one. I'll be back in a little bit. We'll take a break and then we'll come back and we'll do that in about half an hour. And then we'll do maybe an hour of something else. Maybe we'll do an hour of making a new Twitch overlay. That's still on my thing. What's this Pomodoro thing? Pomodoro is a technique where you basically just like give yourself timed brackets to achieve certain tasks. And then you're supposed to take a 5-minute break. It's good for like studying and stuff. Like it's, for me, I'm using it to just give myself accountability for how long I spend on a specific task. Like, especially like tasks that could be endlessly tweaked. Instead, I give myself 25 minutes. I just time box it. But the actual technique is like, I'm studying for an exam. I have 3 hours. I'm going to spend 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off, 25 minutes on, 5 minutes off. You know what I mean? It's just a way of like it's giving yourself mental pit stops so that you don't feel like you have 3 hours of work to do. You have 25 minutes, just the next 25, you know? All right, be right back. Yo, we back. How tall am I? Like 9'17". I'm like 5'10". Like almost. Like just like depending on what kind of shoes I'm wearing. Depending on if I've been lying down properly. If I've been stretching. 5'10". 5'9" and 3/4. Depending on which measuring tape you use. Yeah, I mean, look, I can... Whoa. Real limbs. It's true. Don't listen to what they tell you. I am a human man. All right, so... Harriet, getting stuck in state machine. We can fix that. Let's go and do it. That's over here in phase 3 of her boss fight. We can grab... Where the heck is she? Yeah, there she is. We can grab her and... Actually, if I save this, should she not be in character? Oh, she's an enemy. That makes sense. Okay, that's fine. Ouch. Okay, so she's gonna do some stuff. Boing. And then we're gonna slam. And then she's gonna do that, and then she's gonna get stuck. And we are going to find out why. Could it be this issue right here? Update phase 3.do set da 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 da. Here is an issue. Okay, well, what's happening here? Is she trying to play an animation that doesn't exist? It sounds like it. Let's close all. Man, I love closing all the windows. Do you know how good like something happens in my body where all the muscles in my head relax when I do that. My wife, she uses Chrome with like the maximum amount of tabs. Hey, and Vlad, what stack do I use? In general, so like this is VS Code, this is Unity, this is Sprite, and that's like most of the stuff that I do. I just write the code in VS Code, I update it in Unity, I make stuff in Sprite. I use Tiled to do stuff like that. There's not much of a stack beyond that, really. Oh, sometimes she groups them, but even then, it's like she still fills it up. I just don't like it. It's not valuable to have context that's that broad, you know? Do one thing at a time. Finish the task. All right, so so actually, I mean, we could go back as far as here. Laugh. Does she not have a laugh state? That would be a really good place to check. Phases. Phase 3. Laugh. Laugh has laugh, which is missing a sheet. Uh-huh. Harriet, boss, laugh. Okay, well, that's plugged in now. Nothing. Yes, give us nothing. Nice. Okay, well that's all I had to do? I thought this was going to take ages. It was easy peasy. Easy peasy beautiful. Okay, so the boss fight container has this, and then there is a thing about changing scene. Yeah, it's this game system.load scene. Actually, that's fine. That should be fine. It might be this engine, destroy engine issue. Because I think when we do that, we can't fade out at that point. Like this is going to wait like 0.1 second. Not great. I would prefer if we did like a nice even fade out. But even then, we've got a system.fade out. Very interesting. How much time does this take? Just a normal amount of time. Which, when we go from boss fight container, it's just the regular amount, which is 0. And then 0 becomes time plus 0.5. Or, yeah, it's 0.1. So, yeah. It's just not a very elegant scene transition. Like, it should be fading throughout that. For now, like even in the demo, I think it's okay. I think we can just live without that. So, Harriet getting stuck. It was done. It took us like less than 5 minutes. What else? I really don't want to do these ones. This isn't, it's kind of unvalidated really. Shouldn't be able to dismiss map in discover crucible scene. Ah, we just did that. Okay, great. Wow, we're really getting through these. All right, these are the big ones though. These are like the last 3 I've got, and I've got an hour and a half to do them today, and I'm not going to get them done, but that's okay. But I'm going to start them. So, what did I do here with wall climb? Oh, I took a log away. That's okay. Oh, I love how fast I type on this thing. It's good. Oh, I got up to 156 at the end there. Lots of mistakes. Still, 92 is pretty good. I like this keyboard. What have I got now? So, we do some art now. It is a it's a Newfie. It is a 75 key. I think they call it the Newfie. Oh, it's an 84 key. 75%, 84 key. Newfie Air 75. It's good. This is sort of green. You can't tell because it's being keyed out, but that's what it looks like. I should do that, shouldn't I? I'll get to that. Yeah, I don't use that keyboard anymore. I'll get onto it. I think it's the low profile mechanical switches that have brown switches on them. I just think that combo, when I bought this keyboard, I wasn't sure about it. I was going to go buy some teal ones, and I just stuck it out with the brown ones, and they are the best. Just everything about this keyboard is, I'm getting more and more comfortable with it. Just everything feels right. It still feels like a lot of finger arching over to go to press the keys because I'm so used to chiclet keys, but it feels good. Pink. Okay. Hey, you got it. Congrats. Yo, Swizz, could you add that to the clinkers list for Beyond? Is it V2 or V3? This is the V2.1. All right. Yeah, it's kind of shocky, not thocky, but I like it. It thocks, a little bit. It's a little bit thocky. I just like I really like being able to rest my hands comfortably without depressing the keys. That's the win condition, is being able to just rest your whole hand on there and it doesn't linearly depress. All right, almond teleport away animation. Let's do it. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this for like half an hour and then we're gonna do some overlay work. Hey, thanks for the follow. So let's go to A Sprite and let's go almond teleport flame. That's a little bit girly. It's a little bit Sailor Moon, this one. I'm not sure if I'm too happy about that. For almond, that is. Hey Vlad, thank you so much for the subs. 5 gifteds. That's great. I really appreciate it. I think there's like a specific frame that I'm looking for that's like this one, but he's like kind of like got one leg stretched all the way down. And he's kind of like leaning a bit more forward over it. And his arms are like fully up in the air. And everything is kind of like elevated up. Even this, the jacket, is kind of like out this way. Not quite right. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's it. He's kind of like almost underwater right before he touches the ground. This animation might be kind of difficult to prototype. I'm not sure how this is going to go. I think maybe if I just do like a loop of these, just have them loop, kind of like Armin the sky falling one. Or I'm doing this. That's all it really needs to be. Maybe in a way it's the same animation, just one there and one there. Yeah, let's go back to this. I think we can take this, bring it out even higher up and further away. Like out here even. And then we can do a bit more with the cloak, with the coat, and not worry too much about it. Like that. That's perfect, I think. All right. So let's loop this guy. Now, I could use a shader to loop it. It could be really easy. To give it like the flame flickery thing. I still think that it would be good to give the clothing some secondary animation. So let's give it 8 frames. Let's make a new layer. Let's copy this up. Let's hide all this, and then let's get rid of all the things that can move. Then let's bring this back, but super faint. And then we can start working on this thing. So maybe, you know what, let's just do pretty good. Okay, now secondary animation. Sort of. Oh, that should be aligned. Sort of. It's a bit too flappy at the moment. When do you do a shader that goes with classic pixel art animation? Do you consider some sort of discrete time frames? Oh, when you do one, do you consider discrete time frames to match the pixel art animation? You can, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I think I want to take a different approach here. I think I don't like this. Different way. I have a different idea. Oh no, I was drawing on the wrong layer. Okay, hello. Let's try using a red line. And instead, I always want there to be a silhouette here. And I'm just going to animate that line. Yeah, that's better. Sort of. I don't really like that either, if I'm being honest. Let's try one more time. Yep, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Now, what did I do wrong? I feel like in these moments there should be a big billow out this way. It's traveling down. And then this moment should be like this. Unless it's the opposite and I'm totally missing it. Let's just look at the very bottom. I feel like, yeah, this moment should be the flattest. But then I feel like there should be something here where the volume is. And then that should be descending down. Like here. And then this should be billowing out here. And then that should be the widest. Whoa, it's certainly smooth. It's a bit ethereal. It's a bit weird, the motion. It almost doesn't feel like physically real, but it's kind of got that whippiness to it that I really like, actually. I think in the context of Tongues of Fire, it works quite well. So I'm just going to stick with it. But that doesn't quite work for me. Maybe we'll just keep this stable. No. Maybe it should just be higher up. Maybe like out this way. And if I just hide this for a sec. I think this as well is not great. One more time. That's okay. Okay, so let's just join that up. I think that's just going to have to do. Like, I don't have much else that I want to do with it. So let's bring the hair in now. Looking a little bit long there. Cool. Nice. Almost. That's so annoying. Cool. Oh. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Hey. If we speed it up a little bit, it'll look even better. Okay. So now we have to do the rest of it. The thing I'm concerned about right now is I don't have a clear goal about how this fire is going to work. So for me to draw the whole fire, it's going to be extremely time consuming. I would like to hand draw it rather than use a particle system, but I'm not sure yet what I want to do with it. also have this one, which we're gonna do the same thing with. Same animation. I guess we could do that now. That's no big deal. All right, so take this down here, copy just this, and then remove anything that isn't part of his exact body. What? I think I lost my attention span for a second there. Just lost track of what I was doing. Cool. Pagination for sure. Without a doubt.
Let's go.
Pagination? Yeah. You should feel pretty bad about that one. I know because it's a page, right? It's like pages. I feel you. It's just not the word. There is logic. But that doesn't make it. You're from the country where they make the rules. You gotta take it up with the queen. Or the king now these days. Okay. I love this track. So nice. cool. Bro, I love animation. When it's working, it's so good. It's so fun when it's working. Just to watch something exist. It's just like, oh, this is now a thing that exists. You know? It really is magic. Like, that's a guy. He's like suspended or falling. It is. I can see that, you know? Like he's doing the thing. He's like, ooh. And it just feels, it just is. It's not even a question in my brain. It's just the guy doing the thing. Oh, bro, that was perfect. First try. Oh, dude, Side of Spira. Let's go. Good music. We're on a good... The auto loop is good. The smart shuffle got us this time. The only thing I don't like about this is that it doesn't feel... It's hard to see the jacket. It kind of just feels like two extra sets of arms. I mean, like, I feel like the player will know at this point what Armin looks like. It's just hard to... It's, like, hard to create a silhouette of this shape. Maybe it's the same thing as before, of like really just diminish this side. Hey, function. Yeah, cool. Okay. I appreciate it. You guys are... You're right. I think this is maybe a little too much here. Cool. It's okay. It's fine. Let's move on. So we're doing secondary motion on hair. Honestly, I wonder if I could just do the same thing I did with the previous ones. Just literally just take this across all these frames, copy, and then just paste it. My gosh, let's just merge it at this point. Oh man. No, I think I wanted to do something a bit different. Just only going up. Even this side, maybe keep this fringe going all the way up. You lost the part. You mean you're wondering, you're just asking why we have these animations? This is for teleporting in and out of the crucibles. So one is him being lifted up and teleported away. And the other one is him being like brought back down. One is for, so the teleport exit is for him being introduced, like entering a crucible. But the other teleport exit, this is for like fast travel. It's slightly different. So this is like way later in the game when you're just teleporting around. Not way later, but later in the game when you're just teleporting around the map. The difference between art design and art direction. Sure. So direction is about dictating what something should be, typically across like a larger project. So like if someone's an art director, then their job is to make sure that everything's consistent across the project, that it follows some like broader vision, and that, yeah, it's cohesive. That's art direction. Art design, I mean, that could just mean anything. That could just mean like just someone who's like, I don't know, has like a different position in the art team, who's just like a designer who works on art. Or I don't think that's like as formal of a term. I don't like that at all. Cool. 2D art probably is tedious. I don't have anything against that definition. Yeah, it's pretty tedious. Cool. And I think also the sword should probably be involved in this. Maybe this way. Be great if it was across his body like this, but you can't really do that. Makes it kind of awkward. Maybe holding it like fully upright. Almost like the way that like a king might on a throne. Hey, Hagamanawa, welcome. Maybe just like that. And then coming out of it, it would be holding it upright. But that doesn't work. I'd have to reposition the whole pose. We could cheat. We could flip it, put the sword in that hand. You'd really want this pose to be very different in that case. You'd want it to be much more like heroic. I think we could do something else that's kind of interesting. We could take the blade away. Have it just be the cup. Cool. All right, I gotta go. This was fun. It's almost 6. Thank you, pals. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. I just got to message my Wi-Fi to tell her, shush you. I'll leave in 3 minutes. No worries. All right, let's go Twitch. All right. Dude, I friggin' saw this ad. I saw these faces behind me, and I thought there was someone literally behind me. The hell? I was like, ah. Let's raid Booyah. It is creepy. Thanks, everybody. It was a pleasure. I will see you on Monday. If you like this content, wishlist Insignia on Steam. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say. I have nothing else for you. There is a, what are we doing here? Credits, overlay. My stream deck doesn't work right now, so there we go. That's the chat. That's all we got for you today. I got nothing else to chat about. It was a pleasure. Have a great weekend. We're going to be doing some chapter 2 stuff hopefully next week. Alongside, we're going to try to mix in some chapter 2 stuff. I'm going to be doing some archaeology stuff off stream, but look out for a new YouTube video this weekend. And yeah, I'll see you all very soon. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.